Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Ooh. That was my neck made a weird sound. We have some stuff to yap about. There is actually a big stuff to yap about. I think actually I'm gonna take this, put this up on the other PC. Hello. Sup, nerds? Let's see. Gamer Escape, Final Fantasy 14, Berlin press conference. This is kind of interesting, so I think we're gonna just go through it. This was published yesterday. Berlin FanFest 2026 press conference. Oh wait, I should put it in chat so you can all follow the article if you want to. Hello. There you go. That's in all the chats now. This is what we'll be reading before we do anything productive today. Great mode, how are you? How's things? Pretty good. I got my workout in. I had a nice breakfast. And it's been pretty decent. Let's see. Berlin FanFest press conference. After the first day of the Final Fantasy 14 2026 FanFest in Berlin, members of the media gathered as producer and director Naoki Yoshida answered questions through an interpreter about the game and its upcoming expansion Evercold. They did the same thing in Anaheim. We didn't read that. And then it just goes straight into the interview. Naoki Yoshida. We have finished our first day of FanFest, and I'm sure y'all must be really exhausted, but I do hope that you'll enjoy today's media interview session as well. I myself was up early this morning. I got into that very heavy gear that you could see. I was in full armor, and I did a keynote. It was about 2.5 hours, I think. But compared to a couple of days ago when I did the rehearsal, I was actually in that gear for a full 5 hours. So it was a little bit easier for me today. But yes, I do want to enjoy today's session as well, so I hope you will too. Question. What was the biggest challenge in establishing the visual identity of Evergold? So that it immediately felt distinct from Ishgard or Garlemald, despite also being a frozen setting. I don't think it's going to be a very frozen setting. It seems like a lot of it is happening on top of airships, where like society has settled on these like massive airships. And they are massive. Go back and watch the keynote. Um, they're huge. Is Yoshi P. In Evergold, due to the theme that we have, you may be thinking of ice and snow, but actually for Evergold, we're not really developing any kind of snowy or icy areas. This is something that applies not only to Evergold, but whenever we approach developing a new expansion. And when we're thinking about developing new areas, we want to create something that all of our players have never seen before. Something that they wouldn't even imagine. When we want to think up areas that we ourselves haven't really experienced or seen before either. So when we go through that process, we really want to have a good think about what kind of scenery there is, what kind of culture there is, and what kind of daily lives we can experience that are really refreshing and something completely new. And then after we've defined that direction, we go about creating the artwork. So we did the same thing this time as well. During our attempt to create this world of the fourth, this is just something not only for areas, but a challenge that we take on generally whenever we approach a new expansion. This time around, we've been looking to Norse mythology and Nordic culture as a source of inspiration, and really looking around and seeing what sort of old mythology there is that we can draw from. And then we melded that with a fantasy aesthetic. So I hope you can look forward to it. That has to be his like catchphrase. On a final point regarding having some sense of distinction from Garlemald itself, I think Garlemald you kind of associate with icy black dark scenery. Whenever we create new areas, sometimes we do end up with a similar aesthetic. So there are some times when we create these new areas, we think, yeah, those look a bit like Garlemald. Maybe we need to look to a slightly different direction. So that's kind of cool that we're getting some insight into like the steps they take. So like it's not like, oh, this shit is about to be frozen. It's like that is the unknown endpoint. I think that's kind of cool. That they think about like the people and the day-to-day lives and stuff like that before they start developing the art direction. I think that's cool. And yeah, it's very Norse. I also fucking hate. This is like a pain point for me personally. Whenever I see Norse mythology implemented in any kind of game, they do this thing where they have a silent H at the beginning of everything. We have like, I don't know, 10 words maybe, and they're all question words. So it's like it's very little of our language that actually uses the silent H that is so like distinct in external Norse inspired fantasy. You see this in we've actually seen this in Final Fantasy 14 before with like Race Velger and stuff surrounding the Dragon Song War. Also love listening to people trying to figure out how the fuck they're supposed to pronounce things like Midgard's Ormur. People get that thing fucked up, and it's like, and it's so incredibly bad too. It's great. It's amazing. New question. Do you have any plans to modernize the housing system in Final Fantasy XIV going forward? This is a long reply. Answer, Yoshida answer. Oh yes, I think this question has maybe been refined. It's a bit vague, a little bit more ambiguous. I get the feeling that you really want to ask that what, probably, I think there's missing a word here, is, well, World of Warcraft has come up with this amazing housing system. How about Final Fantasy XIV, who gave this question? I think that must be what you really wanted to ask. I'm sure for all of those journalists and creators out there who have been with us on this journey for a long time, back from the time of Realm Reborn, I think you would know that we have an immense respect for the World of Warcraft team. This is true. World of Warcraft was actually back, like way back in Realm Reborn development times. So this would be around what, Mists of Pandaria, I think. They were actually tasked with, like, the whole Final Fantasy XIV team was actually tasked with playing World of Warcraft as homework. To figure out where 1.0 failed and what, and to like understand not where they were supposed to like point Final Fantasy XIV, but to understand like the essence of a successful MMO. We continue reading. So when we saw that the World of Warcraft team announced the expansion and its new housing system, and that they specifically looked to Final Fantasy XIV and incorporated things which they wanted to surpass us on, I think that in itself is very much a sense of great honor for us to hear. And of course, I had some hands-on with the World of Warcraft housing system myself, and I do really appreciate it. It's amazing. We always like taking on new challenges, so this time around, when I tried World of Warcraft's housing, I thought it really is amazing, and it's been a good source of research. So I can't say exactly when it will happen, but what I can say is that the patch 8.x series, for the patch 8.x series, we are planning 2 very big overhauls for housing. Keep in mind, this might be pushed back. We might not see it until like 9 point whatever. Two big overhauls. The first of those updates involves the UI. I do appreciate right now the UI in Final Fantasy. That right now the UI in Final Fantasy XIV is quite technical and it's not very accessible. So what we want to do is to have a major overhaul of that UI so that it is more accessible for casual players so that they can easily create elaborate housing layouts. As for the second major update that we've planned, unfortunately, I'm not able to provide any details right now, but I think you'll probably be much happier to hear about what it is compared to the UI update. It's currently in the planning process right now on our end. There is a higher chance that it will get released earlier than the UI update. Once we have a better idea of when we can provide this update, we'll announce further details. So once again, can't actually say any specific details right now, but I think once we are able to share those details, it's probably the number one thing on the list that a lot of people are requesting. What is the number one request? Being able to place anything anywhere? I would actually, like, honestly, I think a lot of the pain points with Final Fantasy's housing is that lofts are tables and not ground surface. I think it needs to be a ground surface. Either that or everything has to count as a table item. If everything counts as a table item, that kind of serves the same purpose, and you can place whatever you want on anything. That is, like, I think that is one of the biggest problems that Final Fantasy housing has right now. Because you need to do shenanigans like manipulate beds and stuff to get them on top of lofts. Maybe? I don't know. Because you can place a table item on the ground, or you can place a table item on any surface. So I assume that if they can turn any item into a table item, so that you can place it anywhere, they can still have, like, the same categories, obviously, but, like, make it so that it considers an item and a table item. I think that would solve a lot of problems, but I don't know how feasible that is. We continue reading. Question: was Bastion inspired by any jobs from older Final Fantasy games? Answer: this is not limited to Bastion, but whenever we want to implement a new job in Final Fantasy XIV, of course, there are cases where there are things like Red Mage and Pictomancer, which have a connection to previous Final Fantasy titles. But the most important thing for us is that we are consciously paying attention to making sure that the job is engaging and fun to play in Final Fantasy XIV. So when we thought about which next job to put in Final Fantasy XIV this time, we thought, okay, we need to put in a new tank job, and we decided on Bastion. But it was not related to the previous Final Fantasy titles, because more than anything, we wanted to ensure that whatever direction we did go in would be engaging and fun for the players. That Bastion job looks really fun. I don't know if it's for me. I'll be completely honest. I'm not sure that it's a job that is for me. But it looks really fun. it looks fun and it looks engaging, and I think that is the most important thing. Yeah, well, that's exactly what they're saying. So, fucking read the, actually absorb what you're reading, dumbass. New question. I understand more detailed information about the new job Bastion will be revealed in the future, but could you explain its overall concept and how it differs from other tank jobs? In particular, I'm intrigued by the inclusion of ranged attacks as part of its combat kit. That was actually kind of... It wasn't surprising when I saw it, because they showed us this thing with Paladin and how the action shield bash actually changes into the shield throw long range. So I think it's just gonna be like, because we're getting rid of the 2-minute meta for fights, and they're completely redeveloping everything. I think it kind of makes sense to have a combat kit that is dual purpose. Because we're probably moving a lot more this coming expansion. And it's going to be like more action driven combat. I would expect that. So it'll be a lot of in and out for main tanks, and more intense battle or like fight choreography. I think that makes sense. Maybe. I don't know. Answer. So I can see it says here that it has inclusion of ranged attacks as part of its combat kit. Well, in that regard, I think you could also look to Paladin, which also has ranged attacks. This is true. But I think maybe one of the benefits of Bastion is that it can shoot. So it does have a good combination of close ranged attacks and then attacks which can be done from afar. So with those shooting abilities, it can be useful in certain encounters. I promise I didn't pre-read this. Just using basic intuition. I did mention this in the keynote presentation as well, but one of the key appeal points of Bastion is that in its toolkit, it does have a good recovery and guard ability as well. So as a main tank, you can instantly apply those effects to a party member, but the key thing about Bastion is that you can also do it at a timing of your liking. So you can look at what the boss is doing, is going to do, and based on the boss's timeline, decide when would be the most optimal time to apply that recovery and guarding ability for your party members. So I think that's a key point. Of course, there is a good range of attack skills as well in the toolkit, But this is also another aspect of the job that you can take into account. New question. You're splitting the tank role into defined main tank and off tank roles in Evercold. How rigid will that definition be? Will tanks be able to easily switch between the two, perhaps with slightly adapted playstyles? Or is it time for warriors across the ocean to learn how to play off tank? Yoshida. I think maybe there is some misunderstanding. Just to clarify, in Reborn mode, there is no clear distinction between main tank and off tank. That clear difference is only applied in Evolved mode. I think there's a bit of sarcasm mixed in there, but to hear this question about whether it's time for warriors across the ocean to learn to play off tank, that does bring a little bit of pain to my heart. We do get similar feedback from Dark Knights as well, and when we do get that feedback, it sits similarly. It hurts me to hear that. Of course, in those cases, you do have to decide between yourselves who is going to be the main tank and the off tank, and we are designing it so that it is fun to play as an off tank. So I do hope that people will look forward to it. There's that sentence again. Having said that, I don't think there is any kind of a preparation you need to do in advance. The reason being is that this new system that we're introducing is going to start in 8.0, and the only kind of real situation where you need the main tank and off tank is really in higher end content. So starting from Savage or higher difficulty content. So in those kinds of raids, it would be great if you could experience those new battles. By going through those new battles as well, we learn to make mechanics for the content. So I hope that first you'll play as usual, and then provide your feedback and talk amongst yourselves as well. Fair stuff. There isn't really a lot to that until we get hands-on. It might not actually end up making much of a difference. We just don't know yet. New question. With the content you are currently developing, where do you feel the team is being the most bold? Yoshida. So, of course, we have the keynote here in Berlin, but right now we're hard at work on a lot of content, and we're really doing our best to incorporate many different revisions and many different changes. And for this question to come up to us, what is the most bold? It's quite tough to just single one thing out. It's a difficult one to answer. I think the question is more focused around content, right? Attendee answers yes. Yoshida. So not systems, but more focused on content. Attendee. Just anything where the team are sort of stepping out of their comfort zone the most. Yoshida. I think in terms of content, there are two raids that we're working on. First, there is the Evangelion crossover, Ghosts of Desire. I am so hyped for that thing that I whenever I see anything about it, I just like fucking start vibrating in excitement and anxiety, because like that thing is going to be an emotional roller coaster, unlike anything if they do that correctly. That we're currently developing. And then we also have the next crossover, which is the Final Fantasy VII Remake series, the Beyond the Live Stream raids. This, it's gonna be so good. People are really mad about this, but like most of our raids have actually been collaborations, but they've been they've been less obvious. For both of these raids, we placed a lot of importance on the story, and we've really worked hard to ensure that the story will be engaging for players, but also we've equally put a lot of attention and effort into the boss battles as well. In particular, this applies more to Evangelion because Evangelion is such a different world. We've really approached how do we fuse these two completely different worlds together and form a cohesive story with it. I think this is a very big challenge that we've been taking on. We're working very closely with Kara Inc., and it's been a lot of fun working together with them, but equally I think it's also been a very big challenge, and we are really enjoying it. Are we only halfway through this? Dear Christ, this thing is so long. But there is a lot of interesting information in here, so we will keep going. There's also another type of content which we announced today. In the development team, we're tentatively calling it World Raid. But this is a new kind of content which we will be able to play on the public fields. This is also a very big challenge that we're taking on. And it just so happens that the person who's in charge of driving the development of this content is Mr. Ozma. So you know it's going to be an absolute banger. Who also worked on Beastmaster, who did the presentation today. He is also the person who created Eureka. I also think that he did a lot of fight design for raids. But I'm not sure. I think he's like battle content first. I think he really is drawing out of his rich experience and making the most of it to develop this new content, which you will be able to enjoy on the fields. I'm very curious how that's going to work. This will not be implemented in 8.0, but I don't think it would take any... Wait, this will not be implemented in 8.0, but I don't think it would take any longer after that. So I hope you'll look forward to new information when we are ready to announce it. So world raids are not day one. Snow's back. Hello. Watch FanFest concerts because someone hasn't played, so you decided to stream them. Guys. Cried during the piano. It was so much fun. Nice. Sounds like you had a good weekend. We're currently going through the press conference Q&A. There's some interesting information in here. A rework to housing is coming in the 8.x series. And also world raids will not be available on day one. They will be a patch thing. There is more, but like that was the two things that I remembered off the top of my dome. Next question. Are there any challenges you would want to take with Evergold and the content that will be released following it? Yoshida. Well, yes, if this question is about taking on challenges, well, right from A Realm Reborn, I think both me and the development team have been constantly taking on challenges for Final Fantasy 14, and it's just been a constant process. So if we were to think about any challenge in particular, I think it really is just creating content and doing our best efforts to increase the number of players in Final Fantasy 14. Whether that would be doubling the number of players, making it 3x as many, 5x as many, or pulling in 10x as many players. It's just our desire to deliver Final Fantasy 14 to as many players as possible. This is something they're actually struggling with. If some content work out, just hope it sees a rework on past expansions as well. Oh yeah. No, dude, fucking take care. I'll be on for a few hours, so if you want to come back and yap about it later, then fucking let's do that. Yeah? That's always an option. They will probably introduce this to old zones as well if it is successful. Because they mentioned that it's a pain point for a lot of players that the world seems useless after story has taken place. We continue reading. We're reading Yoshida's answer here. Of course, for example, previously in Anaheim and today in Berlin, I did talk about many different things. When I go up on stage, I may look really confident, and I'm saying we're gonna release this thing, we're gonna change this thing, we're gonna create this thing. I may look confident there, but whenever we're talking about challenges, it's inevitable that when taking on a challenge, there's always the possibility of failure. And at the end of the day, we're only human as well. So we could end up with certain situations where maybe there is a balancing mistake or there are system bugs. Whenever we do take on challenges, we always encounter a possibility of running into these kinds of failures or slip-ups. So yes, when we do face risks, when it comes to the question about why are we still determined to take on those challenges, well, I think it counts both for me and also the rest of the Final Fantasy XIV team. But more than anything, what we want is just for all our players to enjoy the game more. And the only way we can do that is if we do take on these challenges so that we can provide you with more amazing experiences. So when I return back to Japan, yes, I'm going to feel pressure because I do want to continue working hard to ensure that we can reach that goal. But I think the only way that we can alleviate whatever sense of unease that we have, only way of pushing through is just to continue putting in hard work, putting in the effort, and then that is what drives us forward. New question. Could you tell us about the reasoning and goals behind making such a significant update to the companion Chocobo system at this point in time? Yoshida. In Evercold, we have announced it's not only for the companion Chocobos, but we are looking into various systems when looking to make updates. Truth be told, we did not intend to incorporate this companion Chocobo update only because we have 8.0 down the road. The order is actually reversed. So when we so originally we have the release of 7.0, and Then it was just around the time that we finished development on 7.1, we started working on patch 7.2, and I was looking to think about how I could incorporate the game design moving towards 8.0. I was working on that myself. When I was going through those deliberations, I was really torn, but as was mentioned just in the previous question about taking risks, I thought that more than anything, in order to ensure that we can move forward and aim higher in Final Fantasy XIV, then we would need to evolve. So back at that time, broadly speaking, I did 3 things. First one was from my perspective as producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. I looked at the game and I thought personally about what I felt we absolutely needed to change, and I listed all those things by myself. Second thing I did, this was not only including me, but it was me and core members of the Final Fantasy XIV team, was Assistant Director Yoko Sawa, Battle Director Sato, and there was also Mr. Ozma and several others. It was really just a handful of core members on the Final Fantasy team. We sat down together and we had a long discussion about what should we change, about how should we change the game design. This discussion spanned hours and hours. The third thing involved an even larger group of people. Specifically, it was the previous Final Fantasy XIV development team, and then the current team, the operations team, the marketing team, promotions team, PR team. We went through all of those teams and I asked them, what would you change about Final Fantasy XIV? And they gave me a huge list. I consolidated all of those separate lists together, and then we had to decide, okay, what are we going to do and what aren't we going to do? And when would we do it? So I went and assigned a priority order for each of those things, and through that process it was decided that for the companion chocobos we should do that earlier. So when you look at the PR campaign for 8.0, you might be thinking we're just focusing on the 8.x series, but what we really want to do is also look at Final Fantasy as a whole and see what kind of evolution we can incorporate into Final Fantasy XIV. So this includes the 8.x series, as I already announced some big things coming in 8.1 and 8.2. But what we want to do is to further evolve the game moving forward as well, and continually providing those big updates. And this would happen right up to the run up to 9.0. But we wouldn't stop just there. We would still want to continue evolving again further. Question: did the community reaction to short take you by surprise? Yoshida: honestly speaking, I just don't know why it's such a thing. How many people asked about short? Oh, there's a few. I'm really glad to hear that short is so well received, but honestly speaking, I just don't really understand. Like, what is the appeal of short? Of course, we do understand that he's very popular and there have been many memes, but really, I just couldn't understand, like, just why. So if anything, I would love to hear from your perspective. But oh, I should say though, I did see that there was also news coverage about short. So thank you very much for writing that as well. I can understand maybe a little bit. I mean, this is some huge bulky guy, and then suddenly, well, he's standing there and than Eli roles. So from that perspective, I can kind of understand. But yes, when these kinds of things happen, and the player community picks up on it on social media, and they combine various things, they create their own memes. When these kinds of things happen for us, it's really great for us to see because we are involved in creating this entertainment and it's really fun for us. So if people in the community also find some unexpected point of appeal in any content that we produce moving forward, do make your voices heard because the development team is looking at all of the responses on social media. We very much do enjoy looking at them, and we do have these smirks on our faces when things like this happen. That was dude, the fucking jokes about the fucking dungeon, the Clithium and Short was incredible. That was a wonderful time to be on Final Fantasy Twitter. Question: how did you cultivate a fan base that loves to sit through almost 3 hours of keynote like a B2B audience? Yoshida. So the question here states, how did you cultivate fan base? But it's definitely not that kind of like one-directional cultivation, as it were. Could I see maybe a show of hands? How many of the media have been here since 1.0 or A Realm Reborn? Thank you for sticking with us for so long. I think the situation around Square Enix back at that time was not so good. I remember I went around traveling and saying hello to the media, and I was told by the media that Square Enix was this secretive company and they don't really tell us that much. As director from Square Enix, I was told from people in the media that was the first time that they've met a director who actually says so much and provides so much information. And this was not only when I was talking to members of the media, but to the players as well. So I thought it's really important to be honest and upfront. So if we failed, we should explain why did we fail. If we decided to do something and we decided it's necessary, we should explain why it's necessary and also how would we achieve it. And if we do get requests which we cannot address, then we should also explain the reasons behind that as well. So I thought it's very important to be upfront and be completely honest about why we do the things we do, and we've been doing this for 16 years. So this applies not only to us on the development team, but also to the players, the player community, and also the media. I like to think of it that we are not separate entities, but rather we're all together as one community. And I think this process of being transparent and engaging together in order to gain a level of mutual understanding is what helped cultivate this fan base together. Whether it be something really minor about Final Fantasy XIV or whether it's a major piece of content, whenever there is something that needs to be talked about, I'd love for us to talk about it together and for us to get excited together as we work together on Final Fantasy XIV. So of course we do want to continue maintaining a good relationship with the media, but also equally with our players and continuing to engage proactively so that we can further consolidate and strengthen our relationship together and move forward together as one. But on a final note, I do also think that an almost 3 hour keynote is a little bit too long. So I do promise you, moving forward, I'll be more attentive with my timekeeping. But I think it's all thanks to all of the cheers from you, all the players that really helped me, and gave me that drive to finish the presentation. So once again, I'd just like to take this opportunity to say thank you for all of the members of the media, and also thank you to all of the members in our community for your support. Are we like fucking halfway or? Okay, let's see how many questions do we have left. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 questions left. We can get through this. New question. Which team approached the other first for Beyond the Livestream crossover? Yoshida. The first person to approach the other team. Well, I was the first person to do the approach. As you all know, right from Realm Reborn, the main concept of Final Fantasy XIV is that we want to provide a sort of Final Fantasy theme park for our players. So right from the beginning, we've always had many requests to have some sort of big collaboration with other titles, whether it be costumes or characters making an appearance. But I'm a member of the board, and I knew that the Final Fantasy VII Remake series was in development, and I knew that more than anything, what the fans would be anticipating is that they just want the Final Fantasy VII Remake series to be released as fast as possible. And that's also something that I wanted myself, because personally, I'm also a fan of Final Fantasy VII. It's for this reason that I thought that I didn't want us to take a half-baked approach with the crossover, because I didn't want to distract the Final Fantasy VII Remake team from their hard work. And it's for that reason that I thought that we really need to decide on when we would do the crossover. The timing would be really important. But now, Final Fantasy VII Revelation has been announced, and the development team is doing their last push for development. So they're really picking up the pace and doing their final push to release the game. So I thought now would be a good opportunity for us to do a big collaboration with the Final Fantasy VII Remake series. And with both titles collaborating together, we could work together to generate more excitement and hype around the Final Fantasy franchise as a whole. This is really smart. I had a discussion with Hamaguchi-san about this, and I talked to Kitase-san as well, and we decided that this would be a good timing, and we are really going big on this collaboration, and both teams are putting in their best efforts for it. New question. I don't really have anything to say about this. It's marketing brilliance. Like, take your biggest fan base and reintroduce them to something that is fucking awesome now that it's complete, and you can go buy all 3 games, play them together. Maybe you played the first one, didn't play the second one, but you're like 1 out of fucking 40 million players or whatever the install base is for Final Fantasy 14. Maybe you're just following a Final Fantasy 14 creator. Maybe you're interested in the raids. There's so many people who will be reminded that the Final Fantasy Remake series is done and coming to its conclusion. With the remake crossover raid, that this is absolutely brilliant marketing. I also think it's really good that they did it now that it's done, and not at a point where you maybe had like 2 more games to go, or we're like in the middle of the second game or something. I think it would have fallen flat if it was on at any given point prior to this. I don't think it would do as well as it should if it was at any different time than right now, when we know that the remake series is concluding. Anyway, we continue. More questions. New question. How do you ensure new players will have a great experience going from the beginning of Realm Reborn to Evercold? Will there be changes to fasten or alter the new player experience? Depending on playstyle, it can easily take around 300 hours just to play through the story. Yeah, it's a long game. I think Evercold, or heck, even Dawn Trail, is a good onboarding point, because we're thoroughly past the first arc. So I think this is probably the best time that we've ever had to get into Final Fantasy. Both because, while the first entire arc is free to play, but also skipping the first arc and putting yourself at Dawn Trail you're starting at a point where it makes sense to begin. And I don't think it's a really bad place to start. It's a little Realm Reborn-ish, but it has significantly better battle content. It has a lot more stuff to do, like just generally. And it has more experience behind it. So while you can say whatever you want about pacing and tempo and whatever you want to whine about, I think that Dawn Trail is a pretty good place to start if you're coming into this fresh. Genuinely. Anyway, Yoshida has an answer. This is a question we've been getting for a long time right from the beginning. We are considering 2 things to address this. First one is something we will carry out at or before Evercold's release timing. The second one involves a system, but we're currently reviewing the possibility of this, so right now we're still considering its feasibility and addressing the question about whether or not we should be able to introduce the system. As for these things that I'm talking about, there's a non-zero possibility for us to being able to implement it for 8.0. So there is a possibility that we could make it. So I do appreciate that. Back at the time of Realm Reborn, I had previously said that I do want players to enjoy the story, so I would like them to have a fresh experience right from Realm Reborn. But now that we are at this point, we have begun thinking about accommodating these kinds of requests. I think from the two things that I have hinted at here, one of them at least, you might be able to know more about at the Tokyo FanFest. But I think you can think positively about it. Do apologize for the ambiguity, but I would very much appreciate I would very much appreciate if you can convey to your reader base that I am thinking very positively about the possibility of incorporating something and accommodating those requests. So basically they have a plan, but they are not in a position to say. I genuinely think that a skip at this point would probably make the most sense. And then like clearly explaining the New Game Plus system. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Also, just shortening the thing and like boosting the fuck out of XP. That is also a thing that you can do. But like there is a limit to how many quests you can actually take out. There's a lot of dialogue that you can probably shrink down that will make reading it a lot more efficient. Because the Realm Reborn particularly has a lot of reading quests where you're reminded of what you're doing, and then you're reminded of what you're doing. Then there is a voiced cutscene that reminds you of what you're doing. So it feels a lot slower. I think that it feels a lot slower than it actually is. I don't actually think that it's particularly slow. Does that make sense? I don't know. New question. You mentioned on stage that you started with Final Fantasy XIV when you were 37 and now you're 53. How has your approach to the game's development changed in that time? Does retirement ever cross your mind, or do you remain committed to the game's development? Yoshida answers. So, when it comes to the question about whether my basic approach or mindset of game development has changed, essentially speaking, nothing has changed. I have given a lot of interviews about this topic, and there have been various development-focused interviews. So I have provided long answers in the past, so I will admit some details, but essentially speaking, my fundamental approach hasn't changed. That said, with time, the approach for game design does need to change, because it's not necessarily the case that good game design in the past would be appropriate for today, and would still be as engaging and fun today. Sometimes there are cases where a game design approach that would have worked in the past wouldn't necessarily be appropriate with how the times have changed today. This applies to Final Fantasy XIV as well. It changes the way that I think about how we go about designing things in Final Fantasy XIV, but it would also apply to working on any title other than Final Fantasy XIV. So I think, in a sense, this is one approach where I've kind of upgraded my personal mindset. In Japan, there is something that we call it a time progression battle. And of course, in these modern times as well, people have less time than that they can use. They have less free time on their hands, so we need to really think about what would be fun and what would be engaging based on these new conditions that we have. That in itself is a challenge, but I also think that it's very fun working in this kind of new situation that we have. And I've not once thought about retiring. If Square Enix comes to me and goes, well, we no longer need you, then I guess I'll go. Because after all, I wouldn't really feel motivated to work at a place where they say that they don't need me. But of course, hypothetically speaking, if I was to leave Square Enix, of course, right now, I'm 53, and in Japan, starting from the age of 60, you can retire. But still, actually, I would continue developing games. I might work with a close-knit team of my own friends, and we would gather the funds together and develop titles together. As for Final Fantasy XIV, I've previously said this to all of our players, but Final Fantasy XIV really is my life's work. So as long as Final Fantasy XIV players don't go and say, hey, Yoshino, you've got to quit, I do intend to continue working on the title. He actually said back in 2021? I think 2021 was the online FanFest. He just, like, with the CEO on stage, he said that the only way he's leaving his office was dead. Which I think is an incredible thing. And the CEO was also like, dude, as long as Final Fantasy XIV has players, you have a job. Okay. We have one more question, and it has a long answer. Question. Today you revealed more character customization, including the ability to remove certain markings and changeable horns across races. You mentioned that you've been relaxing your views on lore accuracy, and we've already seen that through unlocking glamour restrictions earlier this year. What has caused you to change your attitude towards this? Yoshino. So yes, I do think that there have been changes. As a game developer, I think it's our responsibility to come up with the lore of the world and the rules of the game, and then to provide that to the players. Because of that, I think from a creative perspective, we're really particular about how we want that world to be, and we're really honest about how we want that world to be. So, of course, we do understand that players may provide their own requests, but when it comes to the question about why we would not want to implement those things, let's take, for example, the Mikote. The Mikote are a hunter tribe and a warring tribe, so it's only natural that they would have their war makeup. And previously I said we would not remove that war makeup from the Mikote. In the past we did receive feedback from the players. They were like, yeah, we want to turn it off. We want this makeup off, but I refused because I said there are rules of the world that we provided, and this is the lore behind the race, and it was for this reason we previously have not allowed that. But when it comes to this lore and being very particular about the lore, I thought to myself that this can also be considered an aspect of role-playing. And in that regard, I kind of upgraded my mindset and my approach to it. So in Final Fantasy XIV, we have the Mikote, and as announced in patch 8.1, there will be the option to remove the makeup or switch it off. But as a player myself, if I'm playing with the Mikote, I would personally not turn it off. The reason being is that I love the lore behind Final Fantasy XIV and the unique characteristics of each race. But when it comes to the question of following that lore and being really loyal to that lore, I think it's not really a question of good or bad. But now I begin to think that it's more a question of how particular you are about that aspect, and that's more tied into role-playing. We have millions of players, and even if there was just one player who was really particular about that, and they would lose that option to have that design in the way they prefer, I thought this wasn't really the direction we wanted to take. But rather we want to give the choice to the players. So for those players who are really particular about how they want to present their characters, then we can provide that choice to them. So now they have that option, and that formed the basis of this approach that I'm taking. So for those players who are really particular about the lore and they're thinking to themselves, Yoshida, this change is such a shame. If they're like me and they really want to be particular about their warrior light, about how their warrior light is represented, then they can go, they can just do the same as me and make sure that the display is switched on. So we want to provide that choice to the players, and we don't want to force the players down any particular route. So really, it's just providing that option for the players so that they can be particular about what sorts of roleplay they want to do. That was a choice I made as a game designer, and I wanted to provide that option to all of our players. End of interview. I think that while this lore is pretty rigid and makes a lot of sense, I also think it's more backstory. The way I think of it, at least, is that it's more backstory than it is current, if that makes sense. Because where was the thing? The Mikote are a hunter tribe and a warring tribe, so they're like they fucking move from place to place, and they do the thing and do their thing, and they have their war makeup. That's fine, but I also don't think that it necessarily makes sense that a Mikote that grows up in Ul'dah would necessarily have the same war paint as a group of Mikote that grows up fairly isolated, which is like they are an isolated hunter tribe to begin with. But it's clearly not the case that every Mikote lives that life. And I think it makes sense that if you're of a generation, if you're a third or fourth generation Mikote that exists in fucking limbs or whatever, you wouldn't necessarily grow up with the attachment to a tribe-specific war paint. And they've never properly explained, like, if they're one big tribe or if they're several small tribes. There is a lot of things that suggest that there are several small tribes. Which then is like, okay, but why isn't there more different, why isn't there more like tribal versions of the war paint, the like static war paint? But I don't know. I don't know that this matters necessarily. I think it's cool. I think it's cool that they're doing the change. I think a lot of people think about their character's lore in the background as like a thing that has been. And not necessarily as a thing that is for them specifically. If that makes sense. And also, this is a guess and a feeling. I am not sure that I'm absolutely not sure that everyone feels this way. But I would assume that a lot of people kind of take the base lore and think about it more like this is where we came from. Because mind you, none of us have actually been to like our tribe, so to speak. And I think it would have been different if all Mikote started with within like the same tribe. And I think this is a thing they could have done. What they didn't do is like make like not the city states, because like the city states are bigger than like one specific tribe or whatever. But maybe you started in like an offshoot in an area you can only visit via via zone transition. And your adventuring thing actually starts at, and it starts at your tribe of Lalafell or Mikote or whatever the case may be. I think that lore would have heavier implications if that was the thing, but the fact that we're summoned into the world on like a chocobo carriage. I think that for a lot of people, the lore is is less accurate to the day-to-day. I'm just repeating myself. We'll see. It took an hour and 20 minutes to read that article. There was a lot of information in there, though. It was a good interview. Oh. I went straight for the money and forgot to... No box? No box. Oh yeah, I've been leveling Blue Mage. Off stream. And there's a reason for that. We have this logbook. This massive ass logbook. Of 124 spells. I have 2. I've picked up one additional one just to help with leveling. But the plan is, because I don't need more. I don't need more to do the leveling. The plan is I'm gonna get all the levels done. I think it's 80. Actually, I can just wait. I think it's 80. The plan is to get to level 80 and then start hunting. Then start hunting spells, and we can do that on stream together or something. I don't know, I figured it could be like a fun little adventure to see where all the spells come from. and do like a blue mastery week or something like that. See how many of the remaining 122 spells we can get. Also, we're finishing our society quests from Endwalker today. That is a thing that's happening. We also won't get a bonus because it's done, so we don't get the 3 bonus actions or like 3 bonus quests. Which is kind of good, because that means that we can continue working on all the other ones. We can also put some XP towards our samurai, which we sorely need that thing to level up. We have like a week and a half. Until that's a problem. So I wanted to be level 90 plus by the time we catch this up. But yeah, I found a way to power level this. But I think weapons exclusively come from like the blue activity, which is the what is it called? The something carnival. And we can't really visit that until we've gathered another spell. We need a specific spell before we're able to go in and do that activity. And I think you have to do that activity to get the quest, so you can get your... so you can get your gear. But yeah, I had no gear lying around, so we have like level 1 and level 5 and some level 50, and it's been rough out there. Honestly, it's been heckin' awful. Hey, more tweaking. 15-day streak. That's pretty good. GG's. How are you today, channel? Hope you're doing well. Clown. Okay. Actually, I am gonna take a short break here because I've been sitting for an hour and a half and I do not want to end up like the other day where I could barely walk. Saturday was rough. My feet hurt afterwards. So I'm gonna get up and move around a little. If you're heading out, have a wonderful rest of your day, chat. If you're here in like 10ish, I'll see y'all soon. Hello. Also, chat, if you're looking at maybe getting into this game, now is one of the best times to do so. It's coming out on the Switch in a week. It will have free trial. So you can play all the way through Shadowbringers. Crunchy fingies are crunchy. Bop. No, I actually need that. Wait. Yokoi. We'll go down the list. We'll do the Yokoi, we'll do the Momoldra, we'll go do the Omicrons, and get our final quests. Get our new emote. Where the fuck am I going this way? That's a raid car. Dude, I am so glad that the summer weather is starting to chill out. I get like water retention and it's kind of fucking uncomfortable. Nope. You click here. Also, a thing that is really neat that I think they will probably bring forward is the thing from Cosmic Exploration. Cosmic Exploration lets you work on a specialized tool. Once you get your specialized tool to level, it's faster to level the next tool. And I think that's going to be a thing that they do. I think that's going to be a thing that they do for relics moving forward too. I wouldn't be very surprised if they find a way to implement that with relics. I also think it's kind of important that they do that, especially now that they're talking about like changing from daily to weekly and respecting player time. So I think we're gonna see some like pretty decent quality of life changes. Like, this is really upsetting to me that it takes that I'm locked out of doing activities now. Or like, I'm not locked out, but I'm not getting anything for doing my... I'm not getting anything for doing my daily roulettes. So I kind of expect that a part of their effort to respect player time will be in stuff like the relic grind, where it's like the first one is kind of difficult and then you get a 25% progression buff to the second one and a 50% buff to the third relic, and so on. Because I don't think it makes sense if you have... What would we be up to now? 26 jobs or something? 25? 4, 8, 12, 14, 17, 21, 23 jobs that all have relics. Not counting, mind you, not counting the crafter relics. This is just combat relics. if you want everyone to participate in the relic grind, I think something has to change. Bolstra was a good middle ground, honestly. I took a break before Endwalker. I took a little break and I came back and I banged out like 5 relics, including leveling the jobs. And I think that was a really good way to do it when you could do it that fast. I think I also think it kind of loses some of its novelty. After like the first one. Personally, I lose a bit of interest. Personally, I lose a bit of interest when we're like, I don't know, 2 relics deep. I would love for there to be a way to progress faster. I would also just like generally love if gear progression, because gear is just number go up and there is no random rolling or anything. You're not like, you're not doing a progression thing where you're like, you're looking for a gear piece with 475 perception, but you're getting one with 475 vitality. And you have to go and redo things for like random rolls. And since that isn't a thing, I would much rather be able to like bang that out in the first I don't know, couple of weeks. And then be able to like dedicate all my time and effort into doing content. I don't mind it being a grind, but it doesn't feel good when it's when it's time gated. I really want to work on a thing when I'm working on a thing, if that makes sense. Okay. Life, the universe, and coffee beans. You have the strangest feeling you've forgotten something or someone. Precisely 86,400,000 time codes have passed since our latest brewing incident. New record. This unit's mission satisfaction could not be higher. I don't know about you, but I think we deserve a break. Care to join us for a tall glass of carrot juice? Carrot coffee is also an option, though I would hate to risk our safety record. This unit notes that carrots are still disproportionately represented on the menu, but accepts your invitation. Now that's impossible. Last rig certainly has come a long way. Remember when the counter was dusty and musty? Still don't know what civilization originally built these structures, but I like to think they'd be happy to see what we've done with the place. Perhaps they ran a cafe of their own long ago. Actually, while you're here, can I trouble you to check in with the patrons? As you well know, customer satisfaction is our first priority, and they wouldn't dare fob you off with a platitude. This place, I love it here. It reminds me of home almost as much as the sea on Elysian. And such a pristine sea it is. Each time I devour a delicious fish, I reaffirm my vow to protect it. One serving of the fish, please. It has been quite some time since I began cooperating with this lout, hasn't it? Though I can scarce believe it myself, we are as allies now. Some even call us friends, to which I take offense, of course. Perish the thought. Psh, as if you don't wander over to my side of the garden half a dozen times per shift to raise your suggestions. Perhaps people would possess a more accurate conception of our relationship if you did not so clearly crave my insight. Still, I've come to believe that anyone who enjoys the last rigs as much as I do cannot be all bad, even if he has poor taste in helmets. Yes, the transmission of other beings' gustatory perception has been most effective. I believe I should like to experience haptic transmissions next. These burns to the tongue reported by the beings that consume coffee rapidly sounds intriguing. Why do you hasten so? There are yet many gustatory sensations we must experience. The Corellians and Grebulov's perceptions are were illuminating. Atmosphere too is quite enjoyable, though the other beings are naturally unequipped to discuss the finer mysteries of the universe. The island chatter pleases me. In fact, I've scarcely rebuked anyone at all. Who am I? Oh. Thy consideration is appreciated, hero. For me, it is enough to gaze upon the tiny desert and feel the wind on my scales. Indeed, the true winds of Elysium are divine, yet I find myself drawn to the pastry nonetheless. Sentiment by which thou didst create it warmeth my heart even now. Allow this unit to thank you in the perpetually anxious life form's stead. Your data collection is appreciated. Not perpetually anxious. This is a normal amount of concern. I know the feeling, dude. Also perpetually anxious. But yes, thank you. How did you find our customers? Where's the bunnies? Thank goodness they're still enjoying themselves. I would hate to play host to any more firefights or fistfights or food fights. Data from Barista Unit M104 indicates that patron numbers are only increasing. Business future secured. Though this unit personally wishes us to seek out even more civilizations' data nevertheless. Much of the universe remains to be restored to life and hope. Incoming transmission from Stigma 4. New life? Allied units? Is new life on Elysium? Scans indicate more than one additional life form. Don't bore us with logs. If it's worth scanning, it's worth seeing. This unit will not spoil any further revelations. Let us proceed. Oh! Wait, how the fuck does that work? Sweet mother. Sigma 4 wasn't kidding. Not that it can. Look over there. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, I've seen this in shorts. What are you doing here? What in the... As your companion suggested, we've traversed the dead worlds of Ultima Thule. We have seen its despair. We have seen the tragedy of the forgotten and the sorrow of those who forget themselves. This is well. Yet this story is different. There's life here. There's change. This unit understands that this is difficult for you to accept. The mission to live is no simple matter. Then why do you grasp for life in a universe that will one day die? Why seek to change that which cannot be changed? This unit hopes you will not take this as a personal attack, but it would assert that a broad perspective is required. It is true that each civilization is vulnerable. A single particle of despair placed in the right codes, the right body, the right mind can spread like a virus. Yet there is more than one civilization in this universe. The disease that kills one spares another. The sorrow that consumes one drives another to seek joy. Together we survive. Together we see beyond our limits, and together we find reason to hope. So long as we live, and so long as we have even one reason to hope, the dynamis will change for us. Beyond our despair lies an infinitude of miracles. We need only open our receptors to them. We obtain physical life eternal and complete mental resonance to determine that existence is meaningless. Despite all that, you say we were wrong? Please refrain from leaping to conclusions. Whether the inherent meaning of life or lack thereof can be proven by the existence of miracles remains up for debate. We have grappled with such questions since time immemorial. You are welcome to join us for further discussion and gustatory stimulation at the cafe before deciding that your civilization was replete with buffoons. This game is so bright. It's so pretty, but it's so bright. So long as you keep the doom and gloom confined to your conversations with mentally unflappable beings, that should be fine. And who knows, a nice cup of coffee might cheer you up a bit. This unit can vouch for the utility of our beverages in processing philosophical conundrums. That too. Perhaps they'll even find something new to ponder. It's the little things, as they say. There will be time enough for all civilizations to find a hope for the future, given the proposed eternal opening schedule. This unit has set reminders to look out for the end of the universe in case additional menu items are required. That's what I like to hear. Less fatalism and more carrots of happiness. We'll have to explore the new Elysian when we have a bit more time. These developments are pleasing, but whence did they originate? Changes occurred soon after Omega asked our customers to reflect on their experience at the cafe, no? Perhaps realizing how happy they are increased their faith in a brighter future. And perhaps even the Nibiran were moved by the sight of a world that had not fallen to despair. In any case, the value of our mission is clear. You bet it is. It's so nice to not have to do all the emotional lifting around here anymore. Do come back and join us from time to time. We'll be here forever. Affirmative. Your labor has been greatly valued. We would be delighted to assign you shifts at any time. This unit jests. Your friendship is also valued. Should you ever need a place to process, you're always welcome for a beverage of indeterminate nature at the last rigs. They can leave? Bloodsworn. Oh, okay. Manager's work is never done, or so Jamming Way's muttering would indicate. Here for a status report. I quite understand. I get terribly anxious whenever I have to step away from the cafe. Just the other day, I returned to find that Greg Beoff had snuck behind the counter to bathe in the soup. Such incidents aside, the last rigs could not be more successful. Bustling with business, and Elysian is thriving. Yet, as the manager of this operation, I would be remiss not to ponder new ways to juice a little more happiness out of this carrot. This unit hastens to indicate that the current levels of juice and happiness are within optimal parameters. Any attempt to push either beyond capacity may prove disruptive to the present equilibrium. Of course it would be disruptive, you glorified can opener. A threat to the status quo may be, but innovation is the lifeblood of business. And think of our patrons' delight should we treat them to, say, thrilling entertainment over a cup of carrot coffee. Whatever we do needs to be truly spectacular, though. So good that even the Nibiran won't simply stare morosely. I don't know. If only I had any ideas whatsoever. Perhaps you should pay a visit to Hopper's Hold. It's quite the sight. Really now? I had heard that they were cooking up something in the hold, but I had no idea the project was such a success. Must see it for myself. Interested in trip to Bestways Borough? I'd appreciate your opinion on any possibilities I turn up. Let's go. I trust you can mind the cafe. Contact me via the Ragnarok systems should there be any more soup scandals. There's a bunch of like old lore things that I have completely forgotten. So this is the new Hopper's Hold, eh? Must say, it's a significant improvement over the old crates and buckets. As for these stations that everyone is hoping to join, that one over there is true work of art. particularly appreciate their taste in subject matter. However, one can hardly expect half a dozen civilizations to share the same aesthetic sensibilities. Shudder to imagine the pontification and gunfire that would ensue if we asked our patrons to paint a mural. Those machines remind me of N7000 right down to the ears. They were fitting quite well with our current staff. Then again, that would hardly be an innovative addition, would it? We already have more condescending numerical projections than we could possibly need. I suppose music is another matter of taste, though those lowbrits certainly seem to be having fun. Do you think a mournful dragon would enjoy being blasted with laser lights while it sings its ancient melodies? No? Pity. A shop. Perhaps our patrons would enjoy a selection of knickknacks sold alongside our regular menu items. Though mining those Omicron coins requires a truly exorbitant amount of processing power. What if increased circulation led to a drop in Omni token value? Mother for friend. This station looks familiar. I wonder if Cookingway has any new recipes to share. But there is quite a bit of carrots on the menu already, and 7000 would doubtless and whinge about the lack of variety. Is that a broadcasting station? We do love a good transmitter. Wonder what sort of messages they're sending. You're listening to Hope FM. Stay tuned for more talking ways all day and all night, moontime. Call me intrigued, and ensuring widespread access to receivers seems like hard work, but well worth the effort indeed. We could adjust the tuning of the Ragnarok's communication facilities to receive this transmission in the last regs. But it still may not provide the level of crowd-pleasing excitement we're aiming for. While each and every one of these stations is wonderful in its own right, I fear none are quite suitable for our goals. Perhaps Dreamingway can dream up something special for us. Is that Jammingway? It's been so long, I started to think they were avoiding me. You opened a cafe out in Ultima too? That's one mother of a dream. And business is booming. Oh, I'm honored to be consulted about your upcoming event. Now we only need to work out what it is. Have you spoken with Talkingway yet? They received letters from listeners across the star. Surely one or two have mentioned exciting happenings on Ethereus. Wait here. I present Talkingway. It's a pleasure to see you again. I would be happy to assist in your endeavors however I can. Forgive me, but have we met before? Ah, yes, you would remember me as Counseling Way, but I have recently taken the name Talking Way in honor of my new dream. How wonderful! I look forward to working with you, Talking Way. Dreaming Way mentioned that you're in search of rousing entertainment for your patrons, and one possibility hops to mind. If our listeners' mail is any indication, Thavnir's hippo cart races have been drawing quite a crowd of late. Folk come from far and wide to see those hippos hurdle. This said. Hurdling hippos? Why, that does sound exciting. We could set up a race course in the Necropolis and give Last Rig's patrons a prime view of the action. Stirring contest of speed and skill, the likes of which Ultima Thule has never seen before. Surely that will pique even the Nibiru's interest. Any ideas on how we might approach these hippo racers? Your leader is a friend of yours? You really do know everyone. I hope we can count on you for an introduction. Hippo Hustle in Ultima Thule sounds like the sort of entertainment that would be available to all. Could our radio station provide a live broadcast of the event? But of course, with the Ragnarok as a relay, there is no signal we cannot boost. I should like nothing more than to share the joy of such an experience with our listeners across the theories, and I certainly would be curious to attend myself. Then it's settled. We'll make a start on the preparations. I trust you can convince the hippos to traverse the Sea of Stars. To Thavnir, you said we're looking for a woman named Tron, correct? Can hardly wait. In fact, I can't see you there. Oh, they're so rushed. Oh, couldn't it have just faxed me there? Worst part is, I have to... You know what, we can probably finish this quest and do the dailies here. Is that the one with you? They've been there patting their ears for a while now and staring. Got a lot of staring going on. Radio? Yeah, I've heard of it. One of my crew lugged the radio contraption all the way here from old Charlian. That could be who sent you the letter about the Hanish Hippo Hustle, come to think of it. Your races are the talk of the star. We'd love to bring that sort of excitement out to Ultima Thule. Though it is a wee bit of a trek from here. Ultima who? Now, them I ain't never heard of. They live across the sea somewhere, I take it. As buoyant as our hippos are, we can't send them out into the wide world on their own. You'd need a koala and me to raise them safely, and I have too much work here at home to abandon my post. Can't thank you enough for taking an interest in our operation, though. Oh. Truly a shame, but I would hate to make the hippo riders disappoint their own customers in the name of entertaining ours. What to do? Screaming away and talking away, we're excited for this plan too. We mustn't give up just yet. Calling a strategy meeting to be held, well, that post over there looks like as good a place as any. Understand Trinal's passion for her work. I feel the same about my own. Perhaps someone else might race on her behalf. Oh, Trinal race. Who in that? Oh. I heard your conversation. Colin, I want to raise Trinal. No, Trinal wants to raise. You're the one Trinal mentioned, aren't you? Never. Trinal's work ends when she finishes with hippos. She teaches us the common tongue so we fit in. Teaches us Hansh manners and fairness in trade. Oh, I find your language difficult, but my speaking improves. Trina says so, but Trina has no time to ride hippos now. Squeaking! Also, well, damn. How are you today, bud? Cares about hippos and the hippo riders, her kin. Always, she helps us. But she forgets we can help her. Always, we want to help her. I see. Trina is a great leader, but she takes every responsibility upon herself. No wonder she has no time left over to raise hippos. That is insane, dude. Always, Trina listens to you. You must talk sense at her. Yes, I quite agree. If in her heart of hearts, Trina wants to race, that's all the more reason for us to host the hippo hustle. Do you think you can convince her to come around? I'll try. Yeah, surprise, surprise, time moves forward. It seems to come as a shock to you every single year. Emotionally, it does not track. I mean, that's fair. See, I don't have to worry about that because I just play a good game and have a good time. And work out and try to lose some weight and go on walks and just live a chill life. You holding it right there. I know that look, but you'll find I ain't so easily persuaded. Following an event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty blah blah. We don't do duty finder when we don't get coins. You know how important our delivery business is. You helped us get our start. So why try to talk me out of it? Reasons. You can make deliveries later. Opportunity is knocking now. Don't you want to explore the unknown? course I would. There's only so many times you can race the same course without it starting to feel like a chore. But too many folks are relying on our services for me to go gallivanting. They'll survive a few days without the delivery. Obviously. The issue here, the Hippo Riders are nothing if not reliable, and if we're not reliable, we're nothing. Oh. Kala's worried about you, you know. Told him there ain't nothing to worry about. I miss racing, to be sure, but the Hippo Riders come first. Business couldn't be better, and I'd like to keep it that way. God damn it, dude. I recall a heartwarming lesson learned during the inaugural Hanish Hippo Hustle. That was a race for the ages, to be sure. And it was all thanks to our team here. I always say you can only do so much by yourself. I do say that, don't I? Yet here I am acting like a Kala back when he first got here. Guess I was right that him and I ain't so different. In more ways than I knew. Alright, fine. Hippo Riders will pull together to keep things moving in Thavnir, and you'll have your race. Yeah. Walking good. I hurt my feet. I need new shoes. But also, like, fucking all the other exercise that I'm currently doing is actually doing wonders. I'm like I said in our group chat the other day, I did a weigh-in on Friday, and I'm down like 15.5 kilos. So, like, clearly it's fucking working. Yeah, that moving does that. We're not used to moving. Not to this extent, mind you. Being used to moving and being used to moving this much is two very different things. Knew you would come through for us. Why, you had her convincing yourself by the end. Oh, that was an awful sound. N7000, is that you? Affirmative. Several shrill life forms have come bearing word of a hippo hustle to take place in the necropolis. As serving units have automatically initialized advertising protocols, this unit requests swift confirmation that these reports are accurate. They are accurate, and tell those units that I like their initiative. As for my fellow low-bred life forms, I recommend a tall glass of carrot juice for each. They're sure to place additional orders. Acknowledge. Interference? Testing. Please respond. Prioritizing requests for managerial assistance on the customer service front, ending transmission. Don't you terminate this transmission on me. Rude. What was that all about, I wonder? Damn quest chains, dude. Ah! A dream worth chasing. Jammingway appears moderately concerned about the unidentified calamity that may or may not be befalling the last rigs at this very moment. Initiating a new call doesn't work either. I doubt it's anything serious, but perhaps you should check on N7000 just in case. You typically carry at least one object suitable for light bludgeoning, do you not? I'll work out the finer details with Jonah and see the Hippo Riders safely to Ultima Thule. I trust that the cafe will be intact when we arrive. Damn, that's a lot of pressure. Does this fight have a marker, or do I just have to check it periodically and see if someone accidentally triggered it? I don't remember because it's been so long, and I missed, dude. When they were doing this, farming this in at the beginning of the expansion, I managed to miss it like 4 times in a row. I missed it once because I had been sat there for like 12 hours and I finally caved and went to bed. And I missed it once because I was helping someone do something else, and I missed it twice because I was in other activities. Your return is most welcome. However, one managerial life form remains suspiciously absent. Understood. This unit will initiate idling protocols until Jammingway arrives. Carrot-based refreshments have already been distributed to the new comm lifeforms. And such refreshing refreshments they were. Furthermore, as your sensory organs will have detected, the usual customers have vacated the premises. This unit will now convey additional context. Once upon a time code. So, to sum up, we no longer need to worry for lack of patrons. In fact, last rigs being empty is quite inconceivable. Thank the sisters. I wasn't sure we'd make it, especially after that experimental Aetheryte. That's fine. Oi, where are our customers? You had one job, you buttons for brains. Elevated body temperature detected in nagging lifeform. This unit recommends swift consumption of chilled liquids. As for the customers, they have temporarily ceased their consumption of high cafe fare to prepare for the upcoming race. The Corellians procured a transport vessel with the assistance of Stigma 4. Presently, the global citizens and freedom fighters are conducting a joint test drive. Meanwhile, the Grebulovs expressed a long-standing desire to float about within the Mivmies, which were eagerly volunteered by their EA caretakers to serve as steeds. This unit's ethical algorithms are still processing. Dragons too intend to participate, soaring through Elysian's mountains has revived their passion for flight, and they have expressed the desire to see more of Ultima Thule from above. We've just reawakened the entire world. Unexpected, but I'll take it. As long as our patrons reach happiness, the means by which they travel matters not. This unit agrees and hopes that all patrons will be replete with joy upon their inevitable defeat by the superior Omicron vehicle. Artillery may be involved. Artillery? Artillery is no match for a con. I dodge. This is shaping up to be a gauntlet fiercer than Bardham's metal. This unit is also invited the Nibiran to share the singular experience of losing to the Omicrons, but their registration remains pending. Nevertheless, they have conceded to observe the other civilizations' preparations. We'll have to hope that the overall excitement sweeps them up eventually. For now, we have our own preparations to attend to. On that note, this unit recalls that the inventing life form wished to speak with Omega regarding said preparations. Reports of critical levels of static electricity indicate the likely presence of this ally at base Omicron. Now this unit must return to supervising Stigma's forest production of racetrack features, engaging enthusiasm protocols. This game is so unserious at times, and I absolutely love every second of it. Just the person of the theories I was hoping to see. As our Omicron friend doubtless relayed to you, this race is no longer a mere spectator sport. People of Ultima Thule will be bringing the best their civilizations have to offer, and they mean to win. Should the Arcusodara then be left to defend the theory's honor on their own? Nay, says I. Mother put her faith in the myriad peoples of the star for a reason. Fortunately, we brought a number of moonhoppers to help prepare for the hustle. With little help from good old inventing way, there is no reason that one can't haul. There's no reason that one can't haul you to victory. I had been hoping to join. Then the moment of our triumph will soon be upon us. Already taken the liberty of altering this moonhopper. That's your competition with Hyper Hopstep, or press the big boost button to outstrip them with ease. Actually, why not do both? Do mind your power reserves though, even with prodigious skill. With my prodigious skill, there are only so many batteries I can shove into this chassis. Now I'll belong until M7000 to add one more entrant to the roster. I'll catch up once I've discovered where this final screw belongs. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, Or you sat over here. Okay. Hello. Race preparations continue in accordance with projections. Did the inventing lifeform raise any matters of note? You'll be training the ring. How thrilling. Entrant registered. This unit will now provide supplementary information regarding the course. Please direct your orbs towards this geographical data display. Race will begin at the starship Ragnarok in Ostracon Deca Octo. Once jamming way and Ogon signal the commencement of hostilities, competitors may proceed across Sara towards Ostracon Tria. Passage through checkpoint rings is mandatory. These rings look rather lofty. How are the hippo carts to get through? Ultima Tool, emotions become reality. You need only believe to make your hippos fly. Did you just call me an ultimate fool? I'd have to believe I'd have to be to believe something like that. Once in Ostracon Tria, racers will enter the artillery zone, which extends from the periphery of Ostracon to the abode of the Eon. This exciting enhancement is sponsored by the Alphatron civilization. Wait, you were serious about the artillery? Fine, sorry, I get it. Out of concern for the curiously smooth four-legged lifeforms, Sigma 4 is presently manufacturing non-lethal cannons. Encountering these painless projectiles will result in no more than explosive removal from the course. Those who remain unblasted should continue to Ostracon Deca Hexing and proceed through base Omicron. Then it's merely a matter of reaching the finish line located at the last rigs. I win. Then I feast on tiny desserts. Yes. Yes, that's how that works. Note that in accordance with Omicron contest protocols, there are no restrictions on contrivances, mechanical, magical, or maniacal during the race. This concludes the briefing. At least I packed my rainbow coulon. Sarah should be happy to run for it, no matter where she is. Protocol. You do not share. Sharing is caring. We've been through this. Your hippo never shown it a lick of interest. You just like throwing things. Yes, Baker. Go ahead and make your preparations. I need to make sure that N7000 isn't understating the firepower of those cannons. Once that's taken care of, I'll retrieve your Moonhopper and meet you at the Ragnarok. To the boat. So how many times am I gonna lose this race before we get to finish this quest? Fuck, I forgot to prep dinner. Man, I did so many things today, and I still somehow forgot food. Oh well. Upon commencing the race, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Wait, I should actually take a break before then. So I can, so I can move a little. That's probably smart. Is this solid? It is. Park myself up here. Alright. I'll be right back. See y'all in just a little bit. Hello. What's up, nerds? What you doing? Hello. We are apparently racing something. I'm actually not feeling more food today. Yes. Let the games begin. Oh, that's incredible. People with theories, are you there? We're your hosts, talking away and dreaming away, coming to you live from the very edge of the universe. And here among the stars, the Hyper Hustle is about to begin. This contest for the ages will see competitors race across a land as barren as it is beautiful, vying to be the first across the finish line. You won't want to miss a moment of this, folks. Now let's introduce our racers. Hauled by the speedy Saria is a courier as fast as she is reliable. All the way from Thavnir, it's Trinal, Paper Rider. Incredible. Next, Conjursa from as Fearsome on the track as he is fearless on the battlefield. Honed in the fires of the Hanashippa Hustle, Akala. Do you just start paying attention to? I don't know. If you're talking about this, we're trying to entertain a cafe at the end of the universe. What in the fuck? Let's hope that Peacekeepers' less peaceful functions are disabled. Hailing from Caroline, a team of once bitter enemies turned fast friends, the citizens of freedom. Oh well. Next entrant may look more frolicsome than furious, but pass them at your peril, supported by the ever so darling Louisoix. It's the electrifying Krebulov. Mean clean speeding machine is ready to put the Alpha back in Alphatron civilization. Say hello to Lethal Lambda Unit Victory. The low wisdom rides the winds of Elysium, and fear peaks once forgot. Dragonstar has joined the fray. Last but not least, the Sword in the Darkness, a beacon of hope, the champion of Eorzea, friends across the universe. We present the one, the only Harrier of Light. What's this? An Emporium Challenger. Are they supposed to be there? Thought the hire was our last participant. You made it! Did you prepare a vehicle? We can lend you a Moonhopper if you'd like. That will not be necessary. Oh. I see. The name of monk swapping. God. Sarah's grandpa, she ain't no divinity. How's a normal hippo meant to compete with that? Like I said, you and your hippo need only let your competitive spirits burn bright. Where there's a will, there's a way, quite literally. Suppose I'll toss some glal and hope for the best. Are you ready? Fucking no. Our racers have assembled at the starting line. Who will surpass the rest to emerge triumphant? Dude, I can't with this game. I love this game so much, and it's so unserious at times. On your mark, get set. Go! And they're off. With the Biran, God, Rala taking the lead. This is incredible. Sweet mother, juicy jolt from Louisoix. Oh, I can't read that fast. Their competitors, race on, they are. Oh, it still just fucking goes. I see. Thank you. I didn't want to read those anyway. Oh wait, I can bring up this is an friend I'm going in. We have received transmission from the Peacekeeper. This is not compared to the carnage on Carolyn. You heard it here, folks. Oh. Ow. And Peacekeeper is down by a double cannon blast. How fortunate that the Corellians wear helmets. I remembered that I have the Collins cart is enveloped in a cloud of glal. Employed to distract competing hippos, perhaps? Or did he fall prey to rainbow temptation? Whatever it calls, it has only made the sound of the hippo rider's cart fly all the faster. She has overtaken her light for second place. Oh? Victory, you must overtake both Zara's Hippocart and the Liberian's Rollon. Already taken the liberty of altering this Moonhopper, thus your competition with the Hyper Hop Step. Press the big boost button to outstrip them with ease. Actually, why not do both? Do mine power reserves though. Distract the Rollon. Let's try that. As you consider this option, you reflect upon your prior experiences with Nibirum. They may not be the distractible sort. Fine. I hate when it doesn't, like, that was... I was halted, overwhelmed by the euphony of my song, no doubt. And her light has taken second place to cries of "This ain't over" from Charles the Brother. This is it, folks, the final stretch. Her light has push the Moonhopper to hair-racing speeds. Rala still one leap ahead. Who will emerge victorious? We have word from N7000 at the finish line. The winner of the Hyper Hustle is... of course. The Hurrier of Light by a nose. That is incredible. Actually incredible. All this for an emote, dude. So much work. We do not understand. Our chosen form was suitable, our performance flawless, yet victory was not ours to claim. It has been long since we have experienced this quickening of the pulse, this vexation. That's racing for you. Just when you think you've got it, some grinning idiot comes shooting past to take the gold. Then sometimes you get to be that grinning idiot. And that's the thrill of it. You never know if it'll go your way. You just race with all you've got. That you're upset to have lost can only mean one thing. You want to win next time. That's a dream worth chasing. Trust me, I'm an expert. We do feel a yearning to race once more, desire to triumph. Looks like my hopper is going to need more batteries. Happy to leave you in the dust anytime. This as well. We will engage with the other patrons of this establishment to develop a superior stratagem. Dynamis readings indicate a positive effect on the local environment. In accordance with Jamming Way's aspirations, the last rigs has become an ever greater source of hope. Despite the significant expense, extensive property damage, and crushing defeat incurred, this unit rates the Hyper Hustle as worth it. Oh, it's so good. I wonder if they just put the entire dome underneath the floor there. To think you did all of that on a Loprit built craft. I'm delighted that we could play some small part in your triumph. Even more delighted that the Nibiran have finally found something to work toward. Still, I'll be glad to resume our usual service. Maybe make myself a nice carrot coffee while I'm behind the counter. You're right, I admit it. I had a great time racing, even if I didn't understand half of what was going on. But as fun as it was, I need to be getting home to Thavnir. Don't want to leave the Hippo Riders alone for too long, lest some Hamsa hens start getting restless. We finished packing up the broadcasting equipment. We'll be heading back to the Dreaming Workshop ourselves. So soon? It'll feel so empty out here in the cosmic void without you. Affirmative. But did we not have one more objective to complete before the other organic life forms depart? Objective? Oh, I nearly forgot. Talking way, inventing way. Help me lift this. 1, 2, hop. This is for you, trophy befitting the victor of the Hyper Hustle. As you can see, it was designed in the image of the last rigs, the Hippo Riders, and also the Dreaming Ways. That reminds me, we brought a few commemorative gifts as well. Talking way, inventing way, help me lift these. 1, 2, hurp! One for the last drinks and one for Svarna. You have an eatery there too, I hear. Then I hope you'll let us keep you company at mealtimes. Whether it's weather advisories, hopping music, or simply a friendly voice you need, Hope FM is here for you. So this is a radio contraption too. It's Bigger ears than the other one I saw, but I'll be sure to listen with the crew. I was just thinking we should get one of these. Our patrons are going to love it. Projections anticipate increased customer satisfaction in the ambience category. Sure. Thank you. We wouldn't be here if you hadn't brought us together. I think I speak for everyone when I say that this day will shine like a newborn star in our memories. I hope you feel the same. Just don't let it glimpse the possibility of more unforgettable days to come, after all. Look across the sea, up at the moon, past the distant star, and you'll find us waiting for you. That is fucking incredible. The lop-up. Achieved the allied reputation with the Hippo Riders, the Dreaming Ways, and the staff and patrons at Last Rigs. Through your efforts, your allies of Aetherius, from Aetherius to the stars beyond, have forged bonds of friendship that promise to remain strong through the years. You are truly a hero to societies throughout the universe. That's cute. Also, why does... what? Why does that have a icon like this? Oh yeah, we did Blue Mage stuff yesterday. I'll be doing Blue Mage stuff of dorkable. I fucking love this emote. Oh. We need to find a place to stuff that in our house. Private house. I was kind of thinking of like moving this over a little bit and putting it like halfway behind here. But also, it's more fun if it's here. Oh. That's kind of... Ooh. That's kind of lame. I guess it has to live there. Oh, that's fine. Okay, what do we have left to do for today? We talked about the press conference interview. That was like the first hour or so of stream. I highly recommend you actually go back and watch that. Or read the article. Nope. That is the second time today that I've messed that up. Oh, that's neat. Live preview. That's stupid. I was hoping it was the metal. Because I need... I have this glam that I actually really like. But I don't really have a weapon for it. Am I missing a quest here? Am I missing quests? Plural? I don't know. We're gonna go here and get some levels. Well, we're not gonna get some levels. We're gonna get some XP. So soon we're pretty close to ready to start this entire thing back up. Oh, that's the one up in the... Oh, no it isn't. This is new. Well, it's probably not new. It's just... That was the wrong answer, apparently. I missed twice. It was very interesting reading that Gamer Escape article from the FanFest press conference. I might go back tomorrow and look at the media press conference from Anaheim, because I don't remember reading that. Also don't remember seeing anyone talking about it. So maybe that has some information that I haven't seen that would be useful. Because I don't know about any of you, but I personally, because I play a lot. And as I've mentioned before, I do kind of worry that the change to fully weekly means more lockouts. And I think that would be super sad if that was the case. It sounds like, if I'm being like completely honest about like what we're hearing, it sounds like we will be able to progress more at our own pace, but I would really prefer to get a confirmation on that so we know for sure. The immediate thought that I have is that we're getting that we could be getting less to do on a week-to-week basis, which is kind of insane because like I didn't do much last week and I'm already full on my progress for tome gear. I was full by Friday. And I was nowhere near doing all my dailies. I was doing MSQ and I was doing MSQ and Alliance most days, and then occasionally, if it hit DPS, I did Trials and normal raid. I did one level cap roulette, one normal raid, one trial, or two trials. It wasn't many. And then I did MSQ and MSQ and Alliance raid. And that took me to cap before Friday. Well, before I was done doing stuff on Friday, I should specify. And I don't know about you guys, but that doesn't feel particularly good when you're trying to like do something and you're being time gated. And I know you're lying. You're time gated in every game. Shouldn't have to be like that. One of the main appeals, at least to me, with Final Fantasy, is that it feels like you can catch up at any time. Which is true, you can do that. You can go, you can upgrade your crafted gear, and you'll be able to pretty much do anything you or your friends would want to do. There is nothing really stopping you from doing any content past that gear. Ooh. I have no idea where this person is walking to. Oopsies. Nope. Oh, battle maiden. This is a case of old habits dying hard. Are we just doing fates? Seems like it. No. Got him, bud. My eyes hurt. I think this is not a 2-stage. Okay. Uh, uh, we don't really have anything else we need to do. We can go, I think, just back to Olda and then we call it. Yeah, because I have like 35 minutes or something on my retainers, and what the heck? Fish? Oh, did y'all see that they're detaching horns from faces? I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, Holy shit. That is so shining. Oh, I didn't even notice that it's the boots. I use those boots too. That wasn't a very, very wrong guess. It was 37 minutes. I missed it by 2. How in the fuck did you get up there? Oh. I thought it was a parkour tricks. Series of parkour tricks. My brain is not working anymore. I saw you yesterday too. Damn, you got a lot of stuff. Also, I need to figure out where it is. Allegedly, I am missing a Fantasia. But I don't know from where. Oh, I have some of those. Apparently, I'm missing one Fantasia. And I have no idea where I missed it. It could have been a collector's edition item from back in the day. But I thought I had all of them, which means that I'm missing one in a quest somewhere. And I don't know where. Also, I'm super disappointed. I was looking into the subscription thing for the Switch because I fully intend to do like fishing and some some basic stuff that I can't be bothered to do on stream. I'm planning to do those on the Switch. Cause like, well, fucking, I have a Switch. I wonder if I'm gonna have to do some testing on Tuesday. That's when it releases, right? But yeah, there's a lot of little things that I want to be able to do when I'm out and about. And I think the Switch will allow me to do that more efficiently than the Ally. It plays surprisingly well on the ROG Ally. But the Switch 2 is just like objectively more powerful. But it made me think, how does How does the Switch deal with a keyboard? I've never tried connecting keyboard to the Switch ever. Um, like, I kind of don't expect it to like have full integration. I expect it to be kind of like the controller keyboards back in the day, where you had like a little dongle you connected to your Xbox or PlayStation controller, and then you could send messages and type more efficiently. If that's the case, then cool. I am so down. A little bit of crafting and some social stuff on the go. That's worth it. But yeah, I was hoping that I could buy the Switch subscription through the website, and like have it all be one rolling subscription all in one. But that doesn't seem to be the case. You have to buy the sub through the eShop, it looks like. I don't know how that works because I've never looked into how the Xbox handles it. I know that has kind of the same system. But yeah, the first month is will be free to everyone because it's like a server test basically. But I have my stuff figured out. It is pre-ordered, and I'm very excited to see how it works on the Switch. Also kind of curious about how granular control we will get from that. Like, will we be getting, because there's a lot of things we haven't. You're still talking to your sounding bell. Damn. We've seen it running on stage in Anaheim. We've seen nothing else. Nothing about how controller layout and everything will be. Nothing about how system settings will work. That is something I'm very curious about. Will we be able to like set it into laptop minus mode and just bang out a bunch of frames and have a good time? Or will it be like, pre-optimized for the Switch, and it runs at a locked 60, and that's it. I don't know. Also, if you're on, I think we have mostly the same settings. If you're on console, anyway, if you're on PC at least, and you don't want to mess with a bunch of stuff like reshade and or the or your graphics settings, because like both AMD's driver settings and Nvidia's driver settings both have reshade built in to some capacity. It's their own flavor, but it's reshade at the base. If you don't want to mess with any of that, but you want your game to look a little better, this thing is probably maxed out. Full screen gamma correction. And it is probably, if your game looks weird, this is probably applied. And you'll see here, it looks very washed out and weird. It can also make your game look a little soft. So take this and just like turn it all the way down and then start adjusting until you find the place that you like where it looks. For me, that's 35. For you, it might be 10 or 15. Could be 45. But yeah, if you feel like your game looks washed out and you can't figure out why, or you think that you need reshade, system configuration, display settings, scroll down to full screen mode gamma correction and turn that sucker down. Because I don't know why, but for a lot of people, this defaults to 100%. And your game looks bright and washed out and weird. Like, I don't know why they decided that this was what we were supposed to be looking at. $50 is pretty good. I don't know, I would just honestly just adjust it until you feel like you like it. For me, depending on whatever else is going on, it's usually between 25 and 35, but most of the time it's on 35. But again, it might be 5 for you, depending on your display. It might be 15, it might be 25, it might be 45. It's all a preference game. But I will say that before you even try to mess with reshade, or maybe you don't want to mess with reshade, but you think reshade is the only way to get color back into your game, it isn't. It is probably this thing being at absolute max. And then if you're super lucky, you also have this on, character lighting. That looks great, doesn't it? But yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about this. Because there is no part of this game that is dark enough that you actually get punished for putting it all the way down. See, it still looks fine. It's a little darker on... I don't know why, but it's a little darker on stream than it is on my display here. Like what you see on OBS, I believe. I can actually check that. No, fuck, let me see my stream. Yeah, that is a little darker than what I see on my display. But like, it feels like it starts getting washed out at like 40, 45. To me and my eyes at least. This to me is what I like the most. I also think that 25, it's not that big of a difference between 25 and 35, but between 35 and 45 is a pretty huge difference, at least to my eyes. But like, obviously your mileage may vary. You might have the crispiest display known to mankind, which, like, statistically, someone does have that. One of those 450 FPS, 2.5K Asus OLEDs or something. Someone will have something like that, and this game will look absolutely incredible to them. But yeah, if you're missing a bit of color and you don't want to mess with reshade, this is the setting you're looking for. And it's not in graphics settings, which is what I keep thinking that it is every single time. It's here in display settings. Just, there are some other things you can do that are kind of interesting as well. At the beginning, there was a problem with the DLSS graphic scaling, and if you put it to FSR, and well, you see here 99 out of 100. it would do additional sharpening for some reason. And out in Urkapacha specifically, it looks really great because you get more detail in those glyphs. But yeah, my stuff is nothing special. I have blur and limb darkening off because I don't like how at the beginning I didn't like how this game looked without the darkened edges, and now I don't like it with. And then blur, obviously, because like, why the fuck would you have blur on? Unless you like really enjoy being motion sick, then blur is a good idea. But you're not blinking at a... Thing is, you're not blinking at a pace that makes sense for blur to be on. So it's just kind of disorienting. So if something in any game feels off to you, go check your motion blur settings. You're probably... You probably have motion blur on. Alright, that's it for me. Let's see. Does anyone... If anyone watching stream has a suggestion for someone we can raid into, let me know. If you don't, I will just... I don't know, pick someone, probably. I'll check my following list. Maybe there's someone I know. Oh, Sauron. Duh, we're gonna go there. Go check out Sauron. He's cool. He does Warframe. Yeah. Good luck. Goodbye.